Hello everyone, welcome to this channel. In this video I teach you everything about CSS and show you how to create your own CSS library. As you know and as you have experienced, styling is a repetitive work. As web developers, we work on many different projects every month, and for every project we write the same CSS codes for styling, and we repeat ourselves a lot. If we create a CSS file, one CSS file, and use that CSS file in every project that we work on, and by the time add CSS codes at that single file, after some months we have our own CSS library. When you have your own CSS library, then your projects will not be depending on third-party library like CSS Bootstrap. In this course, I teach you everything about CSS with examples. CSS is a very powerful scripting language for web applications, and it is a big part of web technology. CSS is fast, short, light, and clean. People do a lot of things with JavaScript while they can be done using CSS in a very shorter and lighter and cleaner way. So CSS decreases JavaScript code a lot. Because CSS and HTML goes together, it increases the speed of your web application. Create a folder somewhere on your machine and open it in Visual Studio Code. Now create here two files, style.css and index.html. CSS full course, and here import the CSS style, link href style.css. How to create global variables in CSS. A variable name in CSS starts with a double hyphen. There's a name, for example, primary for the colors first, for example, blue. For your colors, it is best practice to use hex values instead of English names. The hex value for blue is 00F, or in long version 0000FF. First, we define some global colors for our CSS library. Like CSS Bootstrap, we have primary color, secondary color, and danger, info, warning, success, default, link, and more. Now for secondary color, for example. So this is whatever I give here is just an example. You give value based on your project. What is the primary color of your website, and what is the secondary color of your website, and then what colors do you want to give for the danger, info, warning, success, and etc. In my case, I selected here danger is red, info is light blue, warning is like yellow, success is green, a little bit dark green actually. I give the default color to be white and then select black. And color for the links, and gray for if you want to make something grayed out, to have this color as well. Let's make it like this. And for every one of this color, we create a CSS class here, primary, and then color, we use the variable var, and then primary. This is how you create a variable in CSS, and this is how you use that variable in a CSS class. So I copy paste and doing this for the secondary. Now let us try them out. Inside your HTML, create here a paragraph element, and here write something, just example. And here give the class, for example, danger. Now let us see, I have here also the live server, so I can go live here, open with live server. Now you see that we have here the class danger, and the text looks like the red. Now let us change it to link, and you see now it also changed it to light blue. And it is dark blue. Now these are for the text color. In Bootstrap you also have the same thing for the background color. So in Bootstrap you have bg hyphen and the name of the color for the background color. So we are going to do the same thing. I try to give the naming as short as possible, and the same naming as CSS Bootstrap. So in this course, you not only learn to create your own CSS library, but also learn CSS Bootstrap, because I will follow the naming conventions of CSS Bootstrap. So copy this, Control V, and here add bg hyphen at the beginning of every class name. Text colors, background colors, and here for the background add background and background color as well. Background color and then background. Maybe you wonder why I am using background color and background. It is because if you use background color for an element and then try to use background, it will not override the background color. That's why you have to give both. We change this to background primary, Now you see the background is blue. It works. Let us combine these CSS classes. So the background primary, and we gave the color to be default. Now you see then the text color is white and the background is blue. Let's change this to gray. Now you see this to primary, and voila. Now let us create styles for the text. For example, if you want the text to be italic, so italic, then the font style italic. Another CSS class for bold, that is font weight to be bold. And then for lowercase and uppercase, we say lower. Text transform lowercase, and then for uppercase, text transform uppercase, and then for the text underline, that is text decoration underline, and then text center, text align center, and then for right and left, right, right, and then for not jumping to the next line. For example, if the width of the container, the text container, is not wide enough, it should not jump to the next line. So that this is for that white space, no wrap or normal, and then for the normal one, text wrap. It means that it jumps to the next line, so normal. And then for the font family, for example, Tahuma, say font family Verdana. For everything you have in CSS, I just gave one or two examples. Then you can add more and more and extend your CSS library. Let us check them out. First, italic. Now you see it is italic, and also bold. Is also bold. The uppercase, you see all of them are now uppercase, and txt right. Now you see it is on the right side of the window. Center, it has to be in the center. Now about the font size. For the font size, I would like to use this naming convention txt hyphen and a number, for example 2. So by default font size is 14 or 16, but for txt2 it should be 18 pixel. Let us check it out. txt2. So txt2 font size 18, and you see the difference. 18 is a little bit larger than the normal. And then we create 3 4 5 3 4 5 for 3 20 4 24 5 30. Let us here also create 1 and give it 16 and check it how much it is going to be. So the original font size is 16 and it has no effect on that. You see, when I enable and disable the font size role here, it does not have any effect on our text. The font size 4. Now you see it is very large actually, and you can add more and more on this. For the text shadow, I would like to give this naming txt for shadow, and the number of pixel 1 pixel, and the color primary. And then here you have CSS role called text shadow, and then you have the x offset, and then offset y 1 pixel, and then if you want to give it some blur or blur radius or not, for this 0 pixel, and then the color we have primary. And let us check this out. Copy the CSS class name, paste it here, and then see. Now this has a shadow of blue and 1 pixel. You can also modify this here inside the web tools. I gave it 2, and then also 2 of the y. Change the blue radius, for example 2 2 2, and the color name is actually primary. You also see here all the color names, so in the root. Now copy this and change it. 1 instead of primary we gave secondary. Now it has a text shadow with the color tilde or like tilde, like this, and the offset x and y is 1 pixel. The same way you can create text shadows for the other colors and also with different pixels or sizes. I copy this, paste, change this to 2 and 2, and give it like 3 pixel and 3 pixel and 1 pixel blur. And then for the primary the same thing, 3 3 and 1 pixel blue. Let's change it here to. Now you see the difference here. If you change this to primary, come back, you see also that the color is now blue. And based on your need, you can add more and extend this file. One important thing about the CSS variable, you cannot only store here like for colors and stuff. Here you can store or create variables for any other thing as well. For example, if is 5 for font size 5, I give for example here 30 pixel and change and give this in font size 5. Text 5 and font size I give here var if is 5 and then if is 5. Now you see that it works perfectly. And then if later I want to change, instead of searching through this big file, I just come here and change this, for example, to 50, and you see the difference here. So that's the beauty of creating variables at the top of your library, and if it is necessary you can bring changes right there instead of scrolling through a very big file. Now for the headings from H1 to H6. H1, the font size for H1 is 36 pixel, for example. For H2, 30. For H3, 24. H4, 18. H5, 14. And H6, 12. Let us use them here. For example, we want to make this like H1. H1, 36 pixels. H5, for example. Now you see it is 14 pixel. Now let us create styles for borders. BDR1 primary, and then here we have border 1 pixel, and then the color we say var primary, and then the style of the border should be solid. The order of the options for the border does not matter. You can give the color first and then the size after that, and you can mix these options together and there is no problem. You have different styles for the border, and you can also give these options separately. Like you have border width, let us say 1 pixel, and then you have border style. You have all these options: dashed, dotted, double, groove, hidden, inherited, initial, unset, none, offset, ridge, solid, and we select here solid. And then you have border color, and then primary. This one and these three rules are the same. Let us change this to danger, and then this one also to danger, this one to secondary, BDR 1, let's say 1 success. And now instead of solid for the border style, we say dashed. Border 1 pixel, var success, which is green, and then for the style dashed. Let us try this out. Control C to copy and then paste it here. Remove this. Now you see that one is dashed. If you increase, you see here the differences. So that one is dashed. If you change this to solid, this is solid, and then here you can also try another options like rigid. You see it is like the frame of a photo frame. If you use control and space, you can see all the options here that you can give. For example, dot, you see here dot is for the border. Now you know the options. You can try all the options and see how they look like. And I copy this and make them just two, and this 3 pixels for the two. I will actually use this CSS file in my another projects. Now let's try border 2 success. Now you see it is a bigger border width, and change this to, for example, border to danger. See now the red color. 2, I say here primary. Border left 3 pixel, the color will be primary, and solid, copy this. So this one is for the border left, the start, and this T for the top, and this one for the right end. This is how Bootstrap name their CSS classes. Instead of left they use start, instead of right they use end, and for the top and bottom they are using the real CSS word top and bottom. So this is B for bottom. So for the start primary, for the top secondary, just to show you how it looks like. Secondary, and then for the end danger, that is border right, danger, and then for the bottom warning, that is for the border bottom. Warning, and let us you check them out. for that, for that, for that, for that. So border start primary, top, secondary, that one is end, and bottom is warning. Let us see. Now you see that this has 4 different borders with different colors. See, blue, green, red, and yellow. The same thing that you have for the border, like here, border width, border style, border color. You have also for the border left, border top, border right, border bottom. That you can say border bottom width, border bottom style, border bottom width. Did I say that? Border bottom. You see border bottom color, width, style. You have also border block start, and then another thing that is very important, that you have a border radius here, BDR, and then RAD for radius. It is say 3, and here border radius, and here you gave a value like let's say 5 pixel. It is use it here, RAD3. You see something here, we give it border radius 5 pixel, but we don't see it because this has no border now, and we have to give it border to see the border radius. So BDR 2 primary. This is what is the border radius. Like here we define the border radius of the left bottom corner. So BDR or AD for radius, and we give here a value. Left is for the left, and then bottom, and a number, and here you have more options. When you type here border, you get here all the values. So we define the bottom left, that is the left and the bottom, to be 5, and then the end top, we want to be border top right, radius to be, let's say, 23 pixels. And let us use this, Control C, Control C. Now you see here, this is curved a lot and it is different. It is top right. If you remove, you have the original one, so this one. So because we defined this class before these two, and these two overrides the value of the one that is defined before. So let us change also the value of this. Instead of 5, give something different, because this one is 5 and this one is also 5. We don't see any difference, so let us give this something like 9. And now you see that the left bottom is different than the left top, and here also the right top is different than the right bottom. So you can give different values for each corner. For the naming about borders in Bootstrap, you have border and then a value, let's say like 2, and it is like that. Border width, it's 2 pixel, and the style, border style is solid. And then for the color, they have different CSS class, border, and then the name of the color, like primary. And then they gave the border color primary. Because it is two different CSS classes and it takes longer, I would like to keep the namings as short as possible. So just one BDR, and then the size, and then the color at the same time. Probably you want to do it the same way as Bootstrap. You can also select an image as the border of an element. For example, here we give BDR AMG3. You have to define a border with transparent color. So the color of the border has to be transparent, otherwise you will see the color and not the image. And then you have a border image, and then the URL of the image, and then the slice. You have also another thing in the width of the image, and if it is repeated or rounded or stretch. I have here two pictures. The one is this one and the other one is this one. Let us use this on this P element, and let's see how it looks like. Now you see it looks like this. It is also nice if you gave it padding, like here special padding like 10 pixel. Now it looks much better. So you see the pictures in a very small size around this paragraph element. And the other one, see, now it looks like this, because here we have the border width is also a very thick border, and the slicing is also high, and the width is 38, and it is also repeated. Styles for button. Let us create a button in our index HTML. Button. Now you see this is how it looks like, the default style for the button element. So let's change it is default style. btn for the class name, and then We change the border color and the border. We gave it border radius and another background color, another font size, padding, and etc. Border 1px solid gray. Border radius 5 pixel. Background. Let us create a color for the button background. Now you see it looks like this. The original one and this one. Padding 3 pixel, and it should also have a cursor pointer. Now you see it has cursor pointer. The padding 5. We can also give it box shadow 0 0 2 pixel blur and 2 pixel spread, and the color is going to be, or let's say for now, primary, because we can see it better. Let us change the spread to 1. Now it looks better. The same as Bootstrap, we also create a button primary, btn primary, with the primary color. So we copy all of this, paste it here, and here say primary. Let's change the background also primary, the box shadow also primary, and here the color, because the background is now blue and it is dark, it does not go well with the text color. It is give it here to show you primary. It looks like that. So the color should be white. Color per default. Now you see it looks much better. Here I have a table, and by default table looks like this in HTML. So in this course I assume that you have a good knowledge of HTML, so I don't explain anything in HTML except if it is necessary for CSS. So our table does not look like a good table. It has no border, no nothing. It is also, you see that that table title is at the middle, and the content is wider, and so we want, when we import our CSS library or on CSS library to our HTML, that we get a good style for our table. So let us create a style for the table. First we want the table to have border. We don't give it a style for now. We just apply the style on the HTML element instead of using class or ID. We will talk about this later. We will talk about CSS selectors, animations, transitions, and everything. Border 1 pixel, solid, black. Now you see our table now has a border, but columns and rows have no border. So here we say tr, it is the row, table row. we gave the same border as the other one, so we just Control C, Control V, and then Alt arrow, we bring it here, and we want that the table head has border. Now you see that TH has border and TD should also have the same border. Now it looks better, but it still is not how we want it. Now you see a little space between the borders, so that is because we have not defined another style for the table border, and that is border collapse. And you see also something here, that we give the same style 4 times. So in CSS you can give the same style to different elements or different classes or any other selectors by just using comma. So comma tr, comma th, and comma td will be in the same as these 4 lines. And then here we say border collapse, and now it looks much better. And we want that TD, the table cells, also have padding. TD and TH, or the table cells, should have padding top and bottom, for example 3 pixel, and right and left 5 pixels. Now you see it is much better. Now let us create some style for paddings. The first one, P1. This is how also Bootstrap gave us the class names, P and then hyphen number. So this is for all paddings. So padding 1 pixel, for example, and then P hyphen 2, padding 3 pixels, and then P hyphen 3, padding 6 pixels, and you can add more and more. And there is also something else in Bootstrap. They have py for top and bottom, px for left and right, and they have also specific padding for the top, for the bottom, for left, and for the right. So py1, it is padding top 1 pixel, and padding bottom 1 pixel. Control C, Control V, and then py2 is 3. You can give different value based on your needs. And then for the right and left, px1, padding left 1 pixel, and padding right 1 pixel. For px2 is 3 and 3, and then you have a specific padding top, so that is pt1 is padding top, only padding top, padding top 1 pixel, padding top 2 is 3, and then you have padding bottom padding bottom 1 pixel, padding bottom 2 is 3 pixels, and then we have padding left, that they call it padding star, so ps instead of pl. Padding left then ps2 is padding left 3, and then you can add more based on your needs. Then for padding right, they don't use PR, but they use PE for padding end. Let us try them out. So here I have a container with a border 1 pixel primary color. This looks like this for now. Let us give it some padding. Let us say P2. Now you see it has paddings, and you can add here only, for example, py2, and you see that it has padding top and bottom, but it has no padding left or right. But it is a container, so it is a full width, full window. Here we have two containers. As you see, then the second one is on top of the first one, so it has no margin. Let us create some style or rules for margin. The same way as padding we create for margin. So we have m-1 say margin 1 pixel dot m2 margin 3 pixel, and then we have margin top and bottom 1 margin top 1 pixel and margin bottom 1 pixel. It is 2, 3, and the same way for left and right. So margin x instead of top and bottom, left and right, and then margin top. So margin left is start ms, and margin right is end, me. Then let's try this CSS rules. And here, because the second container has no margin top, let us first use m1. Now you see that there is a little space between these two containers. Let's change it to 3, 2 to have 3 pixels. Now you see it has margin from top, bottom, right and left. It is changed only to my 2, top and bottom 2. You see now it has a margin top, but it has no margin right and no margin left. And based on your needs, you can by the time add more and more CSS styles and rules in this file. After some times, it will be a perfect CSS library. Knowing enough about cursor, events, and select in CSS saves you a lot of time writing JavaScript code. So it is very important also for the security and also for the speed. So the first one is cursor pointer. Say cursor pointer. You have cursor default, cursor resize, and then cursor this one and this one, help, move, and you have all these options. You have cursor progress, you have cursor text, cursor weight. So this one is pointer. Another one that is very useful is weight. Let me show you. We use the pointer in the button, and you know that cursor weight. You see that it is loading or cursor loading. For example, if you want to show it when the page is very heavy and loading, or when it is in progress, or in processing, during processing some stuff, you can show cursor waiting. Or for example, when you are making a call to your backend and stuff, it is very useful. This one in progress. So the difference between progress and waiting is that here you also have your cursor, and you have more and more other options for the cursor that you can use if it is necessary. Another one is the event. So event none, and you have pointer events, and you have all these options: fill, none, painted, stroke, visible, visible fill, and stuff. And the one that is useful is none, in case you want to stop the event, the click events or any other event by the cursor, by your mouse. It is very useful at that time. It saves you a lot of time writing JavaScript code. Let us use this on the button, and on this first we say on click to alert something, alert the button works. It is try it, and it says the button works. So now it has event. If we use event none, it will not work. Now it does not work. So that CSS class stopped the event. Let us create another one. For example, all, to allow all events. That is actually the default. Another thing is the select. In some case you do not allow users to select anything from the user interface. So select none, and that is user select. You have again all auto contain none text, and we use the none. I use that one here, select none, to show you what that is. Now here on this container you can select the text. Here all you can select the text, but on this container you cannot select anything. So you cannot copy the text, you cannot take it. The user can select only the text. Now you see it looks the same as the first container, but it is not, and the user can select the text. Now let's talk about positioning in CSS. In CSS you have 5 types of position, or positioning has 5 options. You have a static, relative, fixed, sticky, and absolute. Let me show you all of them with examples. Pose ABS for absolute, and you say position absolute. Rel for relative, fixed, absolute, relative, and fixed positioning are the most used positioning options in CSS, and the other one is TK and static are not used so much. Static, and this one is sticky. I would like to keep the names short because if you have a lot of long names, and it will be difficult to manage inside your HTML. So let us try the position absolute. Now here we have some elements. They look like this, you know that. Let me give this pose ABS. Now you see it got the position absolute here. Now we do not define any other options like you have top, bottom, right, left. When an HTML element has a position value, then it also has values, default values for top, right, bottom, left. For example, in our case, this div element has position absolute and it has the top automatic 387 and 700.963 for the right, and position 8 and position 300 from the bottom, and that's why you see it here. And if we give this position relative, then all these values will be 0. Now it is relative. If we see here, now it is 0, 0, 0 and 0. To overwrite the values for top, right, bottom, left, you can give it an initial value, or here we give top 0, top 0, bottom 0, in 0, that is for the right, left is start 0, and now if we give here top 0, and we see that it jumps to the beginning of the viewport. So the position absolute is relative to the viewport. It is not relative to it is a previous element or to it is a parent element. Position relative is relative to its parent. Let us check this. Let's get here div element and then here to another div, call it first container. So this container has border primary and 3 pixels padding and 3 pixels also margin. This one is position relative top 0. And now if we give any value, it will be relative to its previous element or to its parent. Let us change that this from 0 to, let's say, 20 pixel. Now it is out of its container. If you give it like minus 20, it goes up. It goes up and up when you give minus value. And if you give positive value, it goes down relative to its parent or to its container. In short, position absolute is relative to the viewport, and position relative is relative to its parent element or to its previous element. Without defining the top value, now you see that the fixed is now outside the container, and it has top value, right value, bottom value and left value. it will stay at this position even if we scroll. So now we don't have any content to scroll, but if we would have any content and scroll, the position fixed stays at that position. Let us change the top for that. Let's say top 10, top 100 pixel. Now it is here, second container, and even if you scroll it will stay at that position. So that's called fixed. Static is the default behavior of, or the default position of any HTML element, so it means like nothing. Even if you give values for the top, right, bottom, left, these values don't work. Sticky is something interesting. Sticky is first relative, and then when you scroll it changes its behavior to fixed. Now let us create here a paragraph element and add some stuff so that we can scroll. So now we can scroll, and you see that this one stays at that place like always. Now let me show you the sticky position. Let us remove this class from the child of this container and move it to its parent, because it stays relative to its parent, so we will not see any effect of that. On the top 10, which is 100, change to 200. As long as there is minimum 200 pixel space from top to that container, it stays there. But when there is not enough space, it comes down. Now it is fixed, which means fixed 200 pixel from the top of the window or viewport. And when there are enough space, it is back to its original position inside HTML. I hope now it is clear. One more thing about the sticky position. The sticky position does not work on Internet Explorer or in Microsoft Edge, and in Safari it works if you add hyphen WebKit sticky. For positioning, you can also add this stuff: top 1 25%, and then for top 2 33%, and then for top 3 50%, top 4 like 75%, and etc. Now let us talk about styling for width. The value for width, and then 1, width for 1, it is also create 20%, with 2 25%, 3 33%, 4 50%, and 5 75%, 6 100%, and you can add more based on your needs. Let us try them out. Now these containers, Let us say that the table should have 100% width. Class W6 for 100%. Now you see that the table is now 100%. It is kinda responsive. So if it is big, it is big. If it is small, it is small. And if we say 50%, which is 4, now it is 50% of the view. It's still kinda responsive, but it is the half of the view. Same thing for head, or maybe you call it height. Copy this one, paste, and then change W to H. 0H. Height. Then let's try it to the table. It's 100% width and 50% height. Let's see what happens. On the head, it did not affect anything. Even if we say like 2, it is still the same. Let us try the head on this one, on this container. We have also here a border. You see here we gave this class to this container and it seems not working. Why? Because its parent elements do not have any head specified head. So that is the reason this one also does not work. If we want that this work, this container here, we need to also give a specified head for body and HTML, or if it has another parent to its parent, or give it position absolute or something. Other than that, it does not work. And it does not work in %, but it works well in pixel. For example, if I give it instead of 33%, 33 pixel, we see here changes. And here if you play with this and increase this, you see that it gets higher and higher. If you decrease, you see it gets smaller and smaller. But in %, it does not work, because if you are new in CSS, you must know that % works based on its parent element. So pixel, view height, view weight, and all other units in CSS works except %. Let us talk about CSS units. In CSS, you have two groups of units. You have absolute units and relative units. Absolute units are not used so much except the pixel. You have cm for centimeter, you have mm for millimeter, you have in or n for inch, which 1 inch is 96 pixels, which is the same as 2.54 centimeter. And then you have pixel. 1 pixel is 1/96 of 1 inch, and pixel is relative to the viewing device. It means that for example, in low resolution device, 1 pixel is 1 device pixel, but in high resolution device, 1 pixel is more than 1 pixel in that device. Then you have pt for point, 1 pt is 1/72 of 1 inch. 1/72, and 1 point is this much of 1 inch. Then you have PC, which stands for pcos. 1 pcos is 12 points. Relative lengths or units, you have EM, which is relative to the font size of the element. For example, 2 EM is 2 times the font size or the current font size. Then you have EX is relative to the X head of the font size, not used so much. Then you have CH relative to the width of the character 0. Then you have rem is used also a lot. It is relative to the font size of the body or the root element. Then you have viewport width. It is relative to 1% of the viewport's width, or viewport is the device screen or the device width. So it is also responsive. Then you have viewport height or height. It is relative to 1% of the viewport's height. It is also responsive. Then you have viewport minimum is relative to 1% of viewport's smaller dimension. And then view max is relative to 1% of viewport's larger dimension. Then you have percent. It is relative to the parent element. It is also responsive. Now let's go and see these units in practice. You saw the pixel and percentage previous in this video. We set the font size of the entire body of this document. Font size we say 18 pixel. Then for this element we gave a font size with the unit rem. We say 1 rem, which is not allowed in CSS. A class name is not allowed to start with a number. So we must correct in this. If is 1 rem, font size 1 rem. Change this also here. If is 1 rem. Let's see. So we change the font size of the entire body to 16 pixel, and this one to 1 rem, which is exactly the same as the original one. Let us change it here to rem, which is, and if you say 1.5, so it is relative to the font size of the body or the root element. Then we have another important unit, that is view weight or view height. You can use it not only for the font size or anything, you can use it for any other thing as well. For the view weight, let us give this container a width of 20 view weight. Here say W 20 view weight, just for test. 20 view weight means 20% of the screen device width, 20 view weight. And now you see it changed to that. Let us inspect in this and see that is this one. The original one is the full width, so it has no width. It takes the entire screen, and if you specify the width, it only takes that percentage. So now it is 20% of the viewport's width. You can increase it also here, let's say 50. Now it is half of the viewport width, and it is responsive. For example, now it is here, if you also increase or decrease the screen size width, it stays the same. For mobile device, here you have tools on your browser that you can check how it looks like in different devices, like cell phones, smart devices. Here you can select it, iPhone SE, iPhone XR, and Galaxy. You have iPad Air, and etc. You can check how it looks like. You see now, this is this states half of the screen size in any device. So it is something very interesting. On iPad Air, it's just like that. Now in centimeter, it is much longer. If you say 10 centimeter, it will be like that. And then you can also change it to millimeter, which is a very small size. 10 millimeter is 1 centimeter. So 100 millimeter is 10 centimeters, and it is like that. Or you can say, for example, 15-inch, and then it is a very large size that you see overflow. It is interesting that it happened with the width and height or head. You must know the overflow as well. So it is very important. Let us say this is a 15-inch, and then in overflow you have overflow and then options, auto, hidden, scroll, visible. We say for now scroll. You see, this is not best practice, and it should not happen. If you, in some case, if you have some table with many columns and a lot of information, then you allow to scroll only in that element, and not that the whole page should go like that, this is not a good thing. And now we gave overflow scroll, it did not work, and the reason is because let me show you. Now this one, and this is directly inside the body, so this caused that the body has overflow. Now you see that the entire body has overflow. We can change this so that this one has width 100%. We have here a class with width 100%, and then overflow for this one should be scroll. Overflow of this container should be scroll, and then if we give this class to the child, and let's also give order danger so that we see, and this one should have width 6, which is with 100%, and also for overflow we give another class, overflow scroll, overflow scroll. Remove this from this one, overflow scroll, And now you see here we have scroll bar that we can scroll. You see now the body has no overflow, and the overflow that caused by this container is now controlled by its parent container that now has the overflow scroll. You have another options for overflow as well. Now here we have overflow scroll, say hidden, overflow hidden, and you don't see any scroll bar and you don't see the overflow. You can set it to visible, overflow visible. It is like this. This is the default value for the overflow. You can set a style for overflow Y, you can set a style for overflow X, and you can do it like this. Overflow Y, for example, visible, and then here you have overflow Y, and then you can choose the option from here. We said visible. You can say overflow Y hidden, change the value to hidden. Then you can say overflow Y scroll. You can do the same thing for overflow X, overflow X, overflow X, then X, 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 X. You can do the same thing with the overflow itself. When you say overflow, it is both sides, so it is the X side and the Y side, or the vertical line side and the horizontal side. So that one is a scroll and this one is visible. Change this one also to visible, and this one is hidden, and also change to hidden. So this way you can control the overflow. Something very important about overflow: if this container caused the overflow, you cannot control the overflow on the element that caused the overflow, but you can control it through its parent element. If we set this class overflow scroll here because we think that this container caused the overflow, it will not work. So you always control the overflow through its parent element or through its parent container. Background image. Here we have a test container. This is a div element. For this div element, we have defined some CSS properties and values with 250 pixel height, 250 pixel background image. Is this image? We used a URL to get the image. So this is how the image looks like, and this is how it looks like here. So you do not see this photo or this picture, you don't see the image, but you see just a small part of this image because it is a very high resolution image. The dimension of the image is way higher than the div. So div has 250 pixel and this has 1500. So that is the reason that you do not see the full image and you see just a small part of it. We can solve this by defining some other properties and values about background image, and here they are. When you type background, you see all the options. You have background position, you have background repeat, background size, background clip, and then backdrop filter, that is not part of it, and background position x, background attachment, background origin, background position y, background blend mode, and etc. Let us test them one by one. So background position, we want it to be center. You can also use the CSS mathematic function calc to calculate the position, but here you also have center. We use the center. Now you see only the center of the image. This is the image. Now we used the position to be center, so we see only a small part of the center. And then you have something interesting, background size. You can use contain. Let us see. Now you see that we see the full image here, and also some part of it, so it rendered 3 times, but only we see the centered one because we choose the position to be center. Contain, and then you have background repeat. For this you have also repeat x, repeat y, round, space, and we choose no repeat to only see it once. Now you see here the full image as the background of this div element. I created about background many other videos, and I forgot to connect the microphone. They were all without sound. So if you wonder how this stuff came here immediately after this, that's the reason. So I made many videos without sound, but I'm going to explain this again with words. About the background, you have also background position top, bottom, left, right, not only position center. So let us try to give this position top. Now the position center is looking like this. If we give this class to our element, it will change the position from center to top. If we remove the no repeat, we see that the first one is on top. Let us give this container also background color. Background color, let's say var primary. Now you see we selected here the position top, so now this is on the top. If we disable this, we see that this is now in the center. That is about the positioning. You have also bottom, left, right, and then you have the sizing. You have contain and cover. We saw that. You have repeat, the background repeat, no repeat, repeat only along the x-axis, only along the y-axis, and then you have background origin. You have content boxes, padding boxes, and border boxes. Let's see if we change this from the default to background origin content. Remove that and give it to background content origin. Border 5 pixel, solid red, and also padding 15 pixels, so that we see the effect of that. If we set the background origin to content box, it takes only the content. We have also padding. It also includes the padding, and background origin padding box is the default value for the background origin. If we change this to border, If you set it to border, it also includes the border. And then the same value you have for the background clip. You have content boxes, you have padding boxes, you have border boxes. Let us try it. So change in the origin to clip. Now it is background clip border. You see that it also takes the border. Change it to content. Now the background takes only the content of the element, so the padding and the border are not included. And then you have padding. Now you see that the background also takes the padding of the element. For the background image, there are also two other interesting things. The first one is linear gradient, that you combine different colors and set it as the background of your element. And the other one is radial gradient. Let us try them out. Here's radial gradient. So this one takes this is like kind of function, so it takes the shape and also size at some position, and then many colors. So color 1, color 2, and so on. So this is the syntax for that. For the shape, you have ellipse, and that is the default value, ellipse. And you also have circle, and that's not the original one. So let us these options are not mandatory. You can also give only the colors without specifying the shape or the size. For the size, you have also a lot of options, like you have farthest corner, you have farthest side, you have closest side, you have closest corner. Let us try them out. So the shape we do not specify, and it will take by default ellipse, and we only take give a value for the size, and we say for this corner at, this is mandatory. Then you give some percentage, like 40%, and then here you specify some colors, like you say blue, red, gold. So I think I made a mistake here. Farthest corner, let us see how it looks like. Now it looks like this. Let us change some values directly here. Instead of 40%, let's say 60%. The farthest corner, let us change it to farthest side. It looks now like this. And then let us change it to closest side, and then closest corner. We want the blue to take 60% of the space. Now you see the blue is more. So you can play with this, you can give as many colors you want. And the other one is linear gradient. Linear gradient takes the direction, and then you have color 1, color 2, color 3, and so on. For the direction, you have again many options. You can specify the direction using directly angle, or you can use English words like to write, and then give here some values: red, gold, green, blue. And again, you can also specify here the amount of space that each color has to take. For example, 40% red, now 40% red, and then the rest of the color. And then you can set it to left. You see now that the order of color changed from right to left. You can specify bottom left, bottom right, and then you can say, for example, top right. You can specify the all the directions like this, or you can give it like an angle, 179 degree, and this. You can, for example, you say 60% gold, then change this to like only 79 degree, and you can play with this. By using linear gradient or radial gradient, you can create a very cool background combining different colors with different directions and different shapes to create very interesting user interface. There is also something interesting about background, and that is backdrop filter. I added here a child element with this class test child, and that text has to appear at the center. Added also this class and some style margin auto. What does margin auto do? It makes the element to appear at the center of another element. And then I give here margin top 15 pixel, and then instead of giving height or height, I give here padding top and bottom 25 pixel, right and left 0. So when you give padding like this, here you can give 4 values for top, right, bottom, left. So that is the syntax: top, right, bottom, left. And also you have a shorthand for only top and bottom, right and left, like here, or you can specify each side like this. So here is something that is interesting. I am happy that it happened. So we gave the child element margin top 15 pixel. When I increase this, I see that not only the child element, that is this one, but also it is parent, so this whole element moves down or gets margin top. When I increase, they all goes down. Why is that? That is because we did not give here about the overflow. We specified here the width and height, but it is open for the overflow. If you add new stuff to this, it will overwrite this height. So we say overflow hidden, and then you see the effect of this margin top. Now only the child gets margin top. Let us change the background color of this so that you see what is going on. So now this is with overflow. We see the margin top 15 pixel only on the child, and without overflow we see that the whole container gets margin top, and the child is close to the edge of its parent, which is not the point of margin top. Let's give it margin top 25, and we give a transparent, almost transparent background color. Let us test the backdrop filter. Backdrop filter, here you can give a lot of other values. You have many options for backdrop filter, and one of them is blur. This is interesting. We say blur 5 pixel, and it gives it a very nice blur for any text, so it makes the user interface look pretty. Changing the value of the blur to more blur or less blur, and then you can play with the color to change the transparency of the background like this. As you see, you should look here. I play with the color picker on the browser with zero transparent or full transparent. You see the backdrop filter like that. If you increase the value for the blur, it gets like more blur or darker and darker. You have also filter, only the filter itself. So filter is something very strong. You can pass here all the values for colors and manipulate the color of any image. You can change, for example, instead of using, sometimes it is very difficult to edit the color of an image by using any image editor tool. But with filter, you can manipulate the color of the image very easily, and it works perfect. I changed the style of the elements. Now they look like this. I remove the text. Let's talk about translate. Translate is used to move an element inside another element. You can here give value for the X position, for the Y position, for the Z position, but unfortunately the Z position is not working on many browsers. So let's only try to change the position of element on the X axis and on Y axis. Let us move it to the right 25 pixel and move it to bottom 80 pixel. Now from its original place it came here. We can play with this directly inside the browser, increasing or decreasing like this, and then on the X we can set it like this. Now the parent has overflow hidden, so that's why we do not see it is moving outside of its parent. Let us disable the overflow. Now you see it like that. Move it way out of its parent and also down. If you give negative, it goes up like this. If you give the X position negative, it goes to the left side. So you can also give negative values for translate. In CSS there is also another thing called transform. Transform is used to rotate, scale, move, skew, and a lot of other stuff. Now you have all these options for CSS transform property. You have also translate for as the value for transform. You have a skew, you have a scale, you have rotate. Let us use rotate as an example. Rotate is to turn an image or the background or the element some degrees. So it accepts degree. Let's say we want to rotate this element 150 degree. Now you see it looks like this. It is play with this here 180, and it looks like this. You can rotate it in this way. Now that you know that transform exists in CSS, you can try all another values. In some browsers, the 3D options does not work, so that's why you have to explicitly specify in the value for the Z position. You can use, for example, translate X, how left or right it should be, or for the Y to specify whether it should be at the top or bottom, and then for the Z works like in 3D views, zooming in and zooming out, and then you can try them. You have also scale Z, you have also rotate Z, it accepts angle, you have also matrix 3D. In this part of our course, we are going to talk about all CSS selectors. The first selector is class. We have seen the class, and when you use this class selector, it selects in CSS all elements with that class name. Then you have another way to select all elements that have two or more classes that you specify. For example, here we selected all elements that have active and btn classes, and you assign the class like this, or set the class name like this, active, and then separate space, and then the name of the class, and you can add here more and more, and then just combine here dot and the name of the class, and then you get it. Let us try it. Here test child has two classes, test child and pg-info. Here in CSS we only use one class, but if we give here also pg info, it still works. Now this is that one. This is useful, for example, if you have multiple containers or elements with the same classes, but one has different class. For example, you here say test child, and then bigger info, and the one is for example with warning. Now the parent container has overflow hidden. If we remove that, we see also the third one. You see that the style now works for test child pg info, but not for test child pg warning. We can change that, for example, only if we want to do that on warning. Now you see that the rest has no width and no height and nothing. It has background, but because it has no width and no height, so it does not show up. You don't see anything. Let us try here different thing, and we say for the test child to have the same width. Control C. On test child, this style, and for the background with warning, we want it to do not have any margin auto, just have margin top, and then the width should be like 50, and the height should be like 71, and it gets the margin auto from the test child because it also contains test child. We can override that margin 0, like let us remove that overflow from here, so we don't need to disable that. Now you see that the one with the background warning is at the left side, and the other one are at the center because it has a margin 0 and only margin top. So this is kind of the use of combining multiple CSS classes for the same element. Then you have something else to select the child elements of another element. Let me show you. Here we say test container test child. If we do it this way, it will still work, but make sure to add here space. It is not the same without space. So now if you do this, it will not work, because now you say here that these two classes are on the same element, but if you give space, you say that the second class is the child of the element with this class. So we have this test container, and it has child with the test childs, and it still works perfectly. And then you have a selector with the ID. For example, here you also gave an ID warning, and then instead of using this one, you can just use ID number sign and then the name of the ID that was warning, for example. Now you see that it works perfectly the same with the ID selector. And then you have like global or general selector. You can use this as global selector to say all elements. Let us say here like this, all elements should have, for example, color blue. Now you see that the color of all elements, all text is changed to blue, except the button, that it has a color specified for the element itself. Then you say button primary, and then it has a color white here. If you disable this style here in the tools, you see that it gets blue color, but because the background is also blue, you don't see the color. The reason that we see here that the color from the global selector did not work on the button is because of the CSS specificity hierarchy. We will talk about that later. Here we are selecting all elements inside this document this way. You can also say, for example, div, you have element selector, and then say here every child of div element inside this document should have, let's say, background color red. If you have any div in this document inside our HTML, should have background color red. Now see here we have div, and then here we have div, but the background did not work for this. That's also because of the CSS specificity, and also something other thing, that here is background color, and here you have background, and then here also background is overwritten by this. That's also because of CSS specificity. This is the global selector, and this one is the class selector. Class selector has higher specificity or priority on global selector, so that's why you see that this style got applied. You can override that by using by forcing it using important, and now you see that it works. I use div to show you an example of element selector. So when you say any element, you have paragraph p element, you have div, you have section, you have input, you have many elements that you can just use the name of the element, and then it will select all elements with that name in your document. And then you can combine element with a class. Here we use just the class name. We can combine this element with the class name, div test container. It will work perfectly. See, no problem. And then you can combine different, if you want to apply the same style on different elements, instead of repeating that style, you can apply that style on multiple elements or multiple class names, combining them with the element, class name, ID, and any other CSS selectors, and separating them using comma and giving the same style just once, and it will work. Here we want that this div element, this div element, this paragraph element, and this paragraph element, they all should have the same style. So we are going to combine different CSS selectors and joining them using comma and giving them style. First we use element selector and say section div, and then we use separating them by comma, and then div, and there is another div here with the class test t. Use div dot test t, and then we want here this paragraph element with the class pel dot pel, and this one has id test pa, and give here a style like say font size 39 pixel, color should be let's say red. You have also something called later spacing. For now let's say 2 pixels. And here is a problem. We have inside this section multiple div elements, so this will select all div elements inside this section. So this will include also this div element and also this div element, but we also want this div element. Here for this we can select that using pseudo class. We will see it here. We have pseudo classes, and then for pseudo class, to use pseudo class you use colon, and then here you say first child, and this will select the div element that is the first child of this section element. And let us see. Now you see that this is a title, another test title, this is the first element, this is the second element, and they all have the same style. So instead of giving the same style 4 times, we can use comma separated selectors to give the same style to multiple elements inside our document. You see, this still works perfectly, but we have many repetitive code inside our CSS library. Then we have CSS combinators. For example, here we selected all H3 elements that are inside this section, whether it is the first child of this section, whether it is in another level. Probably you have another section inside of this, and inside that section you have H3 elements. So this selects all H3 elements that are inside this section. Another one is section and then angle bracket H3, for example. It selects all H3 elements where the parent is as section element. So this is only the first level child. Let us try it. Here we have a section, here we have a div element, and here we say H3. Say the first H3, and here we also give H3. We say in the second H3, we use the CSS combinator section angle bracket H3. We say font size 50 pixel, and then color green, this green. Now you see it selects all H3 elements where the section is its parent. If we move this from here inside this div element, then section will not be its parent and it will not work. You see the second H3. Here I use HTML element name, but it can be any other selectors. It can be class, it can be ID, it can be combination of element and ID, element and class. It can be combination of class and ID, and everything else. This is just an example of these selectors and this selector. So this one, a selector plus another selector. It can be anything. It can be element, class, ID, combination of class and IDs and element and IDs plus another one, and it selects the first, that selector, in this case div element, that is placed immediately after that section element. Let us try it out. Here we have section element, and immediately after that we create here another div. Immediately after section element. Section plus div. We want the style to be font style. We want that the div element that is immediately after the section element, that is, it is font style is italic, and you have a text decoration to be underlined. Now you see this, it is directly after the section element. If we copy this element and say not immediately after section element. You see that this is the default style. So only if you want to select an element that is immediately after another element, you can use the plus sign. Then you have tilde selector or combinator. You have one selector, tilde, and another selector. It selects every p element, that is the second selector, that is preceded by a div element. So this one works if both are at the same level or both must have the same parent. Here we have a dummy example. We have a section, div element, and then paragraph element after div element, and they have the same parent. And here is another p element here that is after this p element, and then a div element, and then p element, and then two other div elements, and then anchor element, and then paragraph element. Let us use that tilde selector to select all the paragraphs using that one. Till p, we say font size 25 pixel, font weight we want it to be bold, and then we want it to have a text shadow. We want it to have 2 pixel to the right, and then 2 pixel to bottom, and then 1 pixel like blur, and then gold color, and it is color should be something pink, but it has to be dark pink. This color. Let's see. Now you see we have all the paragraph element that are after any div element and has the same parent or selected. You see inside HTML. So this big paragraph with dummy text is after this div element, and they have the same parent, that is the body element. And then we have this example, and inside of this we have all these p elements that are after a div element and have the same parent. Then we have CSS attribute selectors. You have many attributes in HTML, and you can have also your own custom attribute in HTML. Then you can use those attributes as a CSS selector. Let us use here, for example, the target. If you use here square bracket, the name of the attribute, and then close it with a square bracket, it selects all elements with that attribute. So here we give anchor element, and we gave it target, for example, blank, dummy link, and then we use here target. Now the link has you see here the link has underline, it has the link color and the link style. We change that, we then change the text decoration to none, from underline to none, and then we change the color from the link blue to green. Now it is green and has no underline. Now if there would be any other anchor element with the target attribute, or any other element with target attribute, then it will select those two. Then you can also select any attribute with a specified or with a specific value. In this case, type text. Type text, for example, let's say here we have input, and the default type for input is text, so type text. So we say type equal sign, and then here the value for that attribute, and here we, now let's see how it looks like without style. Without style, the input looks like this. We change it as outline to pixel solid gold. We gave it with 250 pixel. We gave it padding 5 pixel. We gave it border radius 9 pixels, and we gave it border 1 pixel blue dashed. Now you see it got that style. Now the border is 1 pixel. Let's increase the border here. You have this border. Then you can also have, for example, your own custom attribute. Let's say here I say temp value and then Acionus. Select all elements with the temp val attribute containing the word Acionus. Div element, testing custom attribute, and here we say temp val Acionus, and then we create multiple of this. Here temp val username, user ID, that's just an example. Attribute 1, 2, 3. So here we have custom attributes with different values, and we only want to select the one with the word Acionus. So it is the same way as this one. So temp val, and then here pass the value. Font size 33 pixels, and then letter spacing 5 pixels. Color tilt. Now you see we have here different div elements. We have testing custom attribute 2233, and the 1 got this style, so we only selected that one. Here you see that we are using directly in the attribute. You can combine this attributes with any element, with any other selectors. Like you can use here class, you can use here element, and etc. For example, here we use the image AMG, and it has attribute src for the source, and then the word nature. But first, in this one we have this pipe character. It means select all elements with a class attribute value equal to container or starting with container. Here you can use expression to search for things like all elements with the class, if it is class contains or starts with container, with the word container. And then here selects every image element whose src attribute value begins with nature. If the value begins, only begins. Here is equal or start. Here is only start. Starting or begins with that word that you specify here. And then you have dollar sign. Selects every image element whose src attribute value index with png. For example, in case you want to search all images that are png images, you can use this. And then here you have star. You can use that to select every element whose attribute value contains the string that you specify here, in our case Axios. It is not necessary that we try this stuff. You try them, and then I'm sure that you will understand. It's very simple and clear. And then we have CSS pseudo class selectors. What are pseudo classes? Pseudo classes are the way that you can define the state of elements inside your document or web page. For example, here you have for the link active, that's the state, and you say if it is a link that are unvisited links, then you have visited, then you have state hover, checked, default. So for pseudo class you have colon, and you also have pseudo element. Pseudo element is used to style some part of an element. For example, here you can add something in your element at the end of that, or you can add something at the beginning of that element, or selecting just the first letter of an element, or the first line of an element. To select it here is a very useful thing in CSS, the marker, to select the marker of list items. And then here you have placeholder to select inputs with the placeholder attribute as specified. And then here you have selection to select the portion of an element that is selected by a user. For example, now if I select this, I see the background blue and the color white. Using the selection selector, pseudo element selector, you can change this. I will show you that. But first, I give you some example of this one. These are very simple: active, link, visited. I give you an example of hover. Let's say this is a link, so it has no URL. It's just a link. I gave it a class link, and then here I gave test link. Here I say link, then pseudo class. You can type here hover. You have many pseudo classes that you can use. And when we hover, now is nothing. Now this is test link. When I hover or bring my mouse on this element, nothing happens. But if I click, it will go somewhere. But in our case, it has no URL, so it jumps at the beginning of the page. So on hover, we want that it is color is black, and it is background color is tilde. It is does not go with each other, white. That it has padding 5 pixel. That it has border radius like 3 pixels. Let's see. Now if I hover, you see it got background, it got another text color, it got padding and stuff. Let us say that we want the font size to be 50 pixel when we hover over that. Something crazy, you see. So that is what a hover is. That's a pseudo class. And then the input, check it, create here an input input type and checkboxes. So if this input is check it, input, if it is check it, we want it is width to be like 90 pixel, and height should be 80 pixel. It should have border 3 pixels, dotted black. So this is our input. When we check, you see it got huge. When it's not check it is like that. Then you have default selectors, the default input element. It can be any other element as well, the default, and you can have disabled, you can have disabled button. So most of the time these are just attributes. You have disabled attribute, and then you have also checked attribute for the input, and then you can style any empty element. It is say we create, let's check if there is any empty div. Of course there are some empty divs, so we want to style them differently to give them like width 300 pixels, 400 pixel. Let's see if we have any empty. Because the style is overwritten by the class. It is also something about the CSS specificity hierarchy. And if we disable this style, it gets the style from this pseudo class. So this is also something interesting that you should take in consideration when you're styling your document or your web page, that you know the CSS specificity hierarchy. It is very, very important. Otherwise, you will get confused. Why the hell is this not working? And then you have here beautiful tools. If something is not working, inspect it, check if it is overwritten by another style, and then you know, oh, there is a mistake. The class has higher priority than pseudo class. So then you have input enabled pseudo class. It selects every enabled input element, and then you have the first child. We used that already. Select this element that is the first child of another element, or it is parent. And then you can combine this with the class name, for example hdr first type of, selectors every element with the class this, that is the first element inside its parent, or the first element of its parent. So this order you have the input focus. Let us use that. We have a input check focus. We have here an input. We say when that input gets focus, we want it to have another style. Input focus, we want that the outline is we have outline color should be blue. Here now we have this one. You see when it gets focused, the outline gets blue. Inspecting this one, then you see now this list. This is a very long list. There are many other CSS pseudo classes that are very interesting, but it takes a lot of time to try all of them. Now you just note them in somewhere, take a note and know that these pseudo classes exist, and then in case you need them, then you can use them. You have invalid. For example, if an input gets an invalid value, and then you have long for the language. For example, in case some part of your application has another language, you can select that with that by specifying the language name. And then you have last child to get the last element in another element. This selects all div element that is the last child of its parent. And then last of type, this is also is the last p element of its parent. And then not is very interesting. Selects every element that is not a p element. So not p, not, you can also give here any selector, not only element name. You can give here class ID. If that's not that, give it that style. And then you have nth child. It is very interesting. For example, you want to target only the third child, and then select this the paragraph element that is the third child of its parent. Then here you have the second, the fourth, again the third, and here is the explanation that you can read. And then only child, only of type, optional, out of range is interesting. That read only, you have input read only, you have text area read only. Read only means that you cannot edit or modify that input. Let us give you an example here. Here I have an input, and then here I give value. Thanks for watching, liking and sharing my video. This is the value that I gave. Now you see, thanks for watching, liking, blah blah blah. So let us give this input here we have a style for the input type text. Control C, Control V. Outline width, we want it to be 400. Padding border, radius border, blah blah blah. Now you see, thanks for watching, liking and sharing my video. With the focus, you see that the outline changes. Other than that, the outline is gold and in gate is blue. So our goal is to see, now you can change it, you can remove some the characters, you can empty, you can enter new input texts and stuff. But when you make it read only, no one can modify it unless you can go to the browser and then inspect it and remove that attribute. So you have read only, and now I cannot modify it. I cannot enter, I cannot remove, I cannot do anything. So that is very interesting. And using this selector read only, you can target that and style that how you want. For example, let us say input read only should have padding top and bottom 9 pixel, right and left 5 pixel. Now you see it got more padding top and bottom. Then you have read write also for input, also for text area. You have also read only for the text area. So input is a single line input for the user so that they can enter short sentence. If you want to enter multi-line text, huge big text, then you can use a text area. And then you have read write. Select this text area element with the read only attribute not specified. If you do not specify the attribute read only, that is automatically read write. So you can read it, you can write it, you can modify it. And then you have required, also an attribute. It is required that you must fill that input, and it selects text area with the required attribute specified. And then you have root. We have seen that, we saw that at the beginning of this video, and where we specified some CSS variables. And another thing about CSS variables, that you can modify the CSS variables. For example, you can overwrite that like this and say here, for example, we want the primary to be another color. Let us say gold. Move it up. Now the color primary is gold everywhere in our document. Now we have not used the color primary. Let us use it somewhere. Let us say the non-immediate has the class primary. Now it got the color gold. So we modified this color value only inside this class, only inside the primary. But if we say primary 2, let us say pr aim for primary 2, and here we say color variable primary, it is still blue. So here it is the primary, the modified value, and here for this one we say prm2, This is a primary 2, and the primary 2 got in the color of the original value. So this way you can modify or override the value of CSS variable in case you need it in a specific part of your page. And then here you have also target pseudo class. Selects the current active element. Click it on a URL containing that anchor name, and then you have a valid pseudo class. Selects all input elements with a valid value. Then you have here, for example, icon double colon after, so it inserts something after an element. And then you have before, you have first, later. Let us try them out. Here we have I, and then say I am icon, so I double colon after. We say here, for example, it is mostly used in this way, that you set the content to something, for example an icon, to set some attribute URL. For example, if you want to add any image icon, but here I say here after text. Here you say I am icon, and I added here after text. Let us inspect in this. So this is the I element, is mostly for the icon. It is also italic, is used also to create italic text. And here you see the style I colon colon after, and then the content is after text, and then you can say the color to be blue, and then the color of the content that is added after that is now blue. And you can do the same for using a pseudo element before. In this before is used a lot to insert icon for menu items and etc. I say here before color to be tilt, for the after color. Now you see for the before it has that color and that text, and for the after is that text with that color. It is mostly not used to insert some text or stuff. It is used to insert some very specific characters that you have in CSS that are not allowed in HTML, or you have to use specific codes, HTML codes for those characters to be shown inside your document or page. And in CSS you have some cool characters and very short codes, later codes for those characters that are very handy to use in CSS. And these pseudo elements before and after are used to insert those characters, icons, image icons, and etc. Then you have first later. Let us use the first later on this big speech. Give it class speech, for example, speech first and later. We want the first letter of this speech to have a huge font size, like 99 pixel, and the font family should be bold, and then the font weight bold. The font family should be cursive. Let us see how it looks like. Now you see the first letter is looking like that. It is disgusting font family cursive. Oh my god. So Tahoma, it looks now like that. We can give it here like margin top 50 pixel. Did not work the margin top for that. There is something interesting. Let us say change it to padding. Nothing. Then you have the first line. Let us change this from first letter to first line. This is going to be like this. That is the first line. So probably you think this is not the first line because the font size is huge. It also selected two words and it is the first line, so you see it at the first line. If you change that, if you change the font size to a smaller font size, it's say 20, you will have more words here, you see. So this is the speech, and here is our style for the first line, and this is the font size. If you increase, so because the size of words gets larger and larger, it takes more space, so that's why you see less words in one line. So this is the first line pseudo element. Then you have marker. This is interesting that we can change the marker of let us create here some unordered list, line 111. Now you see this is the default style for unordered line. By using the marker pseudo element, we say marker, we can change everything about that. We can change the marker font size to let's say 25 pixel. Now you see a bigger marker. You can change the color to gold. You can do whatever you want. You can change in the list style, and then here you have a circle, lowercase latin, none, Outside you have a square. Let us use the square. And did not work. It did not work like that because you cannot change that there, but you can certainly change the list style square. Now it is square, so you cannot change this style using the marker pseudo element, but you can change the marker style itself. Let's say 35. Now it is bigger and it is square. Then you have placeholder. Select this input element with the placeholder attribute specified. That is very simple. You try it there. You have selection. Let us try this one. It is interesting. Selection. For the selection, we want the background color to be gold and the color to be black. Now you see it is gold and black. If we remove this style, when we select it, the color is now white and the background is blue. But with our style, we can change that. This is interesting because in some part of your application, if you have another style and you want to select, or user wants to select that, then it will not look so professional. So you can customize the look of your user interface the way you want. So these were CSS selectors, most of CSS selectors. These are actually all of CSS selectors, but you have more options in pseudo element. You have more options in pseudo class, but in general, you have class-based CSS selector. You can combine different classes as CSS selector. You have ID as a CSS selector, you have global selector, you have element selector. You can combine element with class, element with element, and then you have CSS combinators, and then you have attributes. You can combine attributes with class, with ID, with element name, and then you have a lot of options with pseudo class. You can combine pseudo class with the element name, with the class name, with the ID attribute, and another selectors. And you can do the same thing with the pseudo element. For example, here we generally set like this is globally selection of all the document should get this style, but if we want only speech, the paragraph element with this class gets that, it works perfectly. Now if I select it here, I see the default selected, but if I select it here, I see another style. So you can combine these CSS selectors together and to modify your user interface, to style your user interface. I hope it was clear. If you have any question about CSS selectors, comment your question below the video. I will answer as soon as possible. CSS Specificity Hierarchy. It means which style will win. CSS Specificity Hierarchy is very important for anyone who works with CSS. It is crucial. You must know it, otherwise you will get confused. So which style has the most priority or the highest priority is here from 1 to 5. Number 1, inline style. Inline style has the highest priority and it overrides any other styles if it is given using ID, class, element, or a combination of these selectors. We talked about selectors previously in this course. The important keyword in CSS has a higher priority than inline style. It even overrides the inline style, but without the important keyword, inline style has the highest priority. You should use the important keyword carefully because it can confuse you. It confuses the CSS itself. For example, if you have multiple styles in a CSS file and then you have a style inside the style element in the head of your HTML, and then you have also inline style, and then you use important keyword mixed also in the inline class and also in your CSS file, and it will confuse the CSS and it will not work. You will also get confused and you will not know why your style is not working. And that's why you have to use the tools and debug your CSS. And if you are good at debugging of CSS using the browser tools, then you will find the problem or the bug. Otherwise you will get headache. Then you have ID selector. After inline styles, any style using the ID selector will win and get applied. After that you have class selector, pseudo class selector, attribute selectors, and then you have element selector and pseudo element selector, and the end you have star selector. So star selector has 0 priority, and if you combine different selectors you increase the priority level of style or CSS specificity hierarchy. Now let me show you all of this in practice. As an example, we have here this div container. This has the class specificity hierarchy, an ID CSS SH for specificity hierarchy, and then it has inline class width 300 pixel, height 250 pixel, background green, and it looks like this. Let us give the same style with a little bit different using ID. Here we use ID, number sign, and then the name of the ID. And here we want to give, instead of 300 pixel width, we want it to have 400 pixel width. And let us see, nothing changed. And here we see that our style with the ID has a line through, which means that it is disabled or is overwritten. And this is the inline element dot style. This is always if you see this, it means that it is inline style. So it has width 300 pixel. If we manually disable this in the tool, now you see that the style with the ID is applied. Then let us use a class. Now we try to change the background. Background we say blue instead of green. This element, this container, has styles in different places. It has an inline style. It has a style using ID and also using class. You see also line through here. It means that this is overridden by the inline style. Now if you disable that, you see the background blue, and then by default by the browser, if you don't disable it manually, it is the style from the inline. But if we use here important, it will win. So now you have here background blue important, it won. And now we see line through over background in the inline style. Now if we remove the width property from the inline style, we see that now the width is from the ID style. We give also width using the class, say width 350 pixel. Now we see line through on width 300 pixel using the class style, because it is overridden by the ID style. You see here another thing, we have div empty. Empty is a CSS pseudo class selector. So we see first line through on the class style. You see line through on pseudo class style. If you disable the style using the ID, now you see that this style won. This is now 300. Now let us remove it from the ID and bring it here. Copy paste this to test the equal specificity. So these are both the same thing, the same class, same background, and only we change here the width. So the width is here 400 and here is 350. Let's make it 300 to see the difference. And the background color, we make it let's say this color. Visibility, we say visible. We will talk about visibility later in this video. Now these two classes have different styles, and we see that the latest style won. Here we have order list container with 3 child elements. This looks like this. Here we gave it also a class, list style lower alpha, and here we use element selector style and class selector style. On the class selector style, we use the lower alpha as the list style. So to change the list style, you have also two properties, list style type and list style. They are both the same. So here these two selectors have different specificity, priority or hierarchy. Now we chose for the lower alpha in the class and then a lower Roman for the element. Now you see that the style in the element is overwritten by the style in the class. If we manually disable this, you see lower Roman, and if we enable it, we see here lower Greek. For the list style type, you have lower Greek. Then if you enable the other one at the same style block, the latest style will win. So you see back lower alpha. For the list style, you have many options. You have Armenian, you have circle, decimal, you have disk, you have Georgian, inside lower alpha, lower Greek, lower Latin, lower Roman, none, outside, square, upper, and then for the same thing you have upper alpha, upper Roman, or you can use also icon using URL. And then you have specific style for a specific property value for Mozilla, and WebKit for the Safari. And you have all these options that you can select your list style. Hiding or displaying an HTML element or any HTML container. For hiding or displaying any element or any container, you have also CSS properties and values, and you can also use some tricks like setting the width and height to 0, or giving a very high margin to left or margin to right or top bottom. This way to make the element does not appear in the screen. Now if I want to make this hidden, I can just use margin left. Now this is that element. I say margin left minus 500 pixel, so it is width is 400 pixel. I give it 500 pixel margin left, and we don't see it on the screen. That is one way. Another way is to set the width to 0. We also don't see it. We can also use display none hidden, and we give this style to this class and then say hidden. You also don't see it. Here you see the difference. When you use margin, you see a white space here because the place exists. If you say display none, it also hides it from the document. Sometimes you don't want to modify the displaying, but you don't want it to appear in the user interface, and then for that you have visibility. Let us give it here visibility none, and then you have visibility property, and then here you can give user visible, and then visibility visible, and then you have visibility collapse. Now let us use visibility hidden instead of display none or hidden. And now we also see the difference between hidden, display none, and visibility hidden. We do not see the element here, but we see it is a space. It is a collapse. Visibility collapse and visibility hidden is the same for other elements, but for table it is different. We want to use it on this row, table row, class visibility collapse. It also removed the space, but for the div element we see here that the space exists. It took the space, but we do not see the element. When you hover over the element inside the tools, you see that here the space exists. A style for resize or style for resizing. Probably have noticed on some websites that the text areas are allowed to be resized vertically or horizontally, or the resizing is disabled. Now let us see the normal behavior of text area. The text area is resizable both by default vertically and horizontally, and in some website it is the best practice to disable this. So let us create a class here. For that we say resize none, and then you have a resize property, resize, and then you have both none, vertical, horizontal. So by default it is both none, and we gave it to this text area, resize none. Now you see we cannot resize this element. You can make any HTML element resizable. Let's make this one both, and this one vertical, horizontal, and let us make this div element resizable. We say resize both, and then the text area we want first only vertically. So now when you hover on the bottom right corner, you see only vertical resize icon. So it is also a cursor pointer resize only vertical. Now only horizontal. You see that the icon also change it to resize horizontal, and you can only resize it to the x-axis. Div elements in HTML have by default display block, and any element with display block or display inline has a overflow visible, so you cannot make it resizable when the overflow is visible. So the overflow should be auto or something else other than visible, so that it can be resizable. Now I set it to overflow auto. Now you can resize this div element as well. Style for floating. To test floating in CSS, I have created in this div container with three child containers. The first child has background primary or blue, and the second one success or green, and then the last one warning or yellow. And this is how it looks like. This is the parent, background red, and then border dark red, and then these are these three children. Here is the style for the test float. For the it is parent container with 100% height, 300 pixel, and the div elements inside this container test float, or all it is div child elements have 100 pixel width and 100 pixel height. Let us create here some CSS classes and say float right, and then you say float right, copy this, and then change the right to left. For the float property you have these values: inline end, inline start, left, none, right. So for this example, this one is going to be none, and then float inline end and inline start. Now let us give these classes to those elements. For example, let's give this for the first one float right, Now you see that it jumped from the left top to right top. And if you change this from float right to float left, now you see that the div with background primary or blue is on top of the div with background green. If you give the same class or style for the other one, we see now that it jumped to the next to the previous one. If you give that again to the third one, now you see that all three became one row. Instead of one column, they became one row. Now we are giving these three elements, three classes. You can remove it from here and then come and saying here just one time float left, and it will be the same, and they are all now in one row. This is also another way to display child elements of a container in one row. If you want some space between each element or each child, you can say, for example, margin left 15 pixel. Now you see that they are separated from each other, and you can also say, for example, margin top 15 pixels. They are pretty and aligned in one row. Then if you say float right, all of them jump at the end or at the right side of it is a container. CSS layouts. CSS layouts are about how to display HTML elements in the user interface. You can use margin, you can use positioning, you can use padding, you can use floating, and you can also use display. So far you have seen with me display none. There are many other options. You have display flex, display grid, display block, display inline. Let's see. For example, we want to display flex. Say flex display, and then when you type display, you see all the options. You have display block, display contents, flex, flex box, flex flow, root, grid, inline, inline block, inline flex, flex box, inline table, list item, display none, Ruby base, and you have display table. For example, when you create table element, it is by default displayed as table, and you can also make the child of a container display like table using display table. And then you have table option, table cell, display table column group, and you have all these options, and the same options also for Mozilla, that sometimes you have to define, and mostly it works without saying directly hyphen moz grade, but for some CSS properties you have to define browser specific values, otherwise in those browsers it will not work. Mozilla, Firefox, Microsoft Edge, they also have many users. So if you create an application that is widely used, and then for you have to check which CSS value is just browser specific, and then if you want to display that thing and style your user interface so that it works on most popular browsers, then you have to define values for them as well. For example, here you have Microsoft Grid images for Microsoft Grid, for Microsoft Edge you have Mozilla. So The display is, in this case, or just an example, when you say display grid, it is a general term for CSS. It might not work on all browser, and that is why you have to say one time grid, and then another time say mouse grid, and then for another one you have to say for the Microsoft as well image grid. For display works on all browsers, and then there are some CSS properties that you have to specify specific values for specific browsers, especially for Safari. And then for Safari you have to use WebKit Flex, for example. This was just a side note that is very important if you create a user interface or application with user interface for millions users. Display flex. So this is this test float container. I change this to test flex. Then I give this flex. For now, I should also change this to flex, and also this one to flex, and all those three div elements inside this test flex will have 100 pixel width and 100 pixel height, and that also has a display flex class. Let us see how it looks like. Now it looks like this. It is the same as just saying float left. Display flex, when you just say display flex, it is automatically flex row. And then you can also change it by saying column. Let's create here another class, say flex column, and then you have here flex direction, and for direction you have column reverse, row reverse. We want column, and then here you say flex and then flex column. It will display as column. You can specify where the child elements should appear, and for that you have, for example, justify between, justify content space between, justify between. Now you do not see any effect because this container has 300 pixel height, and each of these child elements also has 100 pixel height, so this is total 300. That's why you see nothing. If we change that to, let's say, 90, then we will see here space between. If we also remove the column to make it display like a row, now this is justify between. If you remove the justify between, it will look like this. Then you have justify space around. Let us change it to around and create here around. Now you see that they have equal space around each of them. Now you see here wider space, that so this space is twice as this one, because you have here this space and you have the same here till here, and then for this element you have also this much space around it. That is justify space around. Then you have justify center. These properties work also on displaying grid. Justify center. So for the justify content, you have baseline, you have center, you have end, you have first baseline, you have flex end, you have flex start, you have last baseline, you have left, right, save, space around, space between, space evenly, start, stretch. Now let's say center. Also create for the start and end. You have also flex end, flex start, start and end. Change it to center. All the elements are together and the center of it is container. Let us say start. Now it is the start. Let us say the end. All of them are the end. And then you have also flex end is the same. But flex end will not work if it is grid. You say display flex, say you can say flex end, but if you say grid, display grid, flex end probably will not work. Now you have justify content. You have also align items, and then you have align content. You have align self. Let us do for the items. Let's say items center. You say align items. These are the values for align items. You have baseline, center, end, first baseline, flex end, flex start, last baseline, normal, self end, self start, start, and then you have also end. So this one is center. Let's say center. Is copy this multiple times and then change this value. So this one from center to start, this one to end, this one to flex start, this one to flex end, self start, and in this one self end. And here we say also items center. To see the effect of items center, we should give this children different height so that we see some effect. For now it is only here at the center. Dot if 2 we gave it a height of 50 pixel. The new style did not work. Why? This is also class, this is also class, but here you also have element, so class plus element makes it higher. So we also, if you want to overwrite the previous one, you should add also here the element. Now element plus class, this will to have the same specificity or equal specificity, and the latest rule will win. Now you see the height is now changed, and we set the item center. Now it is also on the center of it is element, and the elements themselves are also like on the center. Here item center, you also see when you hover over that very nicely that it demonstrates it is at the center. If you disable, it goes on the top end, and then you also see then the middle item or the middle div is on the top instead of being in the center. So that is items center. We can change this justify flex in, let's say justify around, and then the item center, let's say int. The items displayed with the space around them and also at the end instead of being at the top. You have a start, it will be on the top of the container. And then you have another important thing, align content. Align content, let us say the first one center. Then here you have align content, and then for this one you have also baseline center and first baseline flex and flex start and the space around, the space between, space evenly start, and etc. Center. This one from center to start, and then this one flex start, and this one end flex end. From the between, you say space between. Space around. And then space evenly. Even. Copy this and use it here. Let us make it item center, and then justify content also center. Here you have justify content, you have align content. Now the align content start has line through, and it gives you some information, and it says the flex wrap no wrap property prevents align content from having an effect. So by default the flex wrap is no wrap. It means that when you have too many child elements and it is displayed flex row, the direction is row, it will not jump to the next line in case it is out of its container, and in case of the overflow. And you can say here flex wrap, we can say flex wrap, and then for flex wrap we have here no wrap is the default, and we want it to wrap or jump to the next line in case the first row is full or if there is any overflow. So we gave this flex and then flex wrap. Justify content is at the center, align items is center, align content is start. It is changing directly here from start to end. Now it is at the end. Let us say flex end is the same as end. Now you know that these options exist for displaying flex or display grid. You can play with it, and using justify content, align content, and align items, you can change the position of a child element in a container anywhere in the container. You can make it on the top left, left center, or on the center of the element, or right top or right bottom, to any position. Let us talk about CSS Grid. Grid is another way to display the content of a container as columns or rows. Here we have this example test grid. Let's change this also to grid. For now they are looking like this. We have here 5 child containers. Let's create here another class called grid. Say display grid, and let's give this class to this container. We don't see any effect or any changes here, because for grid you must specify the columns or rows. Let's say we want 3 columns, so we say col 3, and we say grid template columns, and here you can specify the size of each column. We want for now auto, so 3 even columns, and we gave this to this container. We say col 3, and it looks like this. So it has 3 even columns, and the other one does not fit here, so these 2 other child containers jump to the next line. We also can specify the style and height of each row. So now we know we have 2 rows. We say grid template rows, and then the size of the first row, for example, we want 100 pixel, and the second row we want 200 pixels. Now you see it changed the original and the new one. Can also change the space between each item, that is called grid gap, or gap that you specify how many space should be around the items. Let's say here gap 20 pixels. Remove this one. Now you see more space. When you hover over that, it shows the space between them. So the gap is a shorthand for gap row and gap column. You can specify here the first one is for row, the second one is for the column, and you say for the column I want 50 pixels. Now column got more space, as you see also here. And then you can apply the other styles from the filters to modify this. For example, here you can say justify between, justify between. It works also like that. Change this around. Now it is like that. We have align content. For example, let us say between. Align content between. I made mistake probably. I made here a mistake in the name of the class. I should modify that. So this is align. Now you see the changes also about that. So here we have align content between and justify content around. This is content around, and this is align content between. You can change it directly here and say around. Now you also see space at the beginning of or at the top of the container and at the bottom of the container, because it has a space around each item. Then you have items, let us say for now center. You have align items center. Now they are in the center. On the top, on the center, on the top, on the center. Without that, you see that it is at the top, and then when you enable the style, it is at the center. It is changed then directly here. It is only say start, that is the original. Then it say end. Now it is on the bottom. You have justify content, and you have also justify items. Justify item center. So justify, you have justify self as well. Justify items center. Let's give it to this container. It is remove the item center space around. See, item center. Now you see the effect of that. So you have kind of the same values as justify content here. You have start and flex, start flex, and you have also left and right. You have self and self start You have also legacy, center, change this one to start and this one to end, so that we have kind of CSS library and we can use this later. This one Flex is start for displaying Flex, and this one for Flex end. This one for left, and this one for right. So you have grid, you have grid columns, you have gap, you have rows, then you have also grid area to specify where a column should start or a row where should start, and an item inside a container, how many rows or how many columns it should take, and then you can specify that here. I have modified the HTML. Now it looks like this. Let's talk about grid row and grid column. Now if one is item 1 in this container, it is also here. By using grid row start and grid row end, grid column start, grid column end, you can specify an item where it should appear. For example, for the first one, we say grid row start from the second row, and then grid row end fourth. Now you see that the position of 1 changed from the first row to the second row. When you here specify the start, it includes the start, and when you specify the end, it does not include the end. Now let's see the column. Grid column start. We want the if2, it is now at the column first, to appear at column 3, and then grid column end 5. The 2 is now at column 3. Because all the child of that container has a specified width of 100 pixel, we see it like this. But if we disable this, you see how many columns or how many rows it takes or how long it spends. Let us for now comment this. So this is how you comment slash start and then close with star and slash. And then for this one, if we say 1, now it takes the whole column. You can also specify the start and end column. Just copy paste from here, playing lazy, column start, column 2 and 2 3. Now it takes only one column. So these are the most used and most important things in CSS about grid and flex, and this stuff that we tested in flex also work in grid, but not the one with the flex start, only the start. So we have here align content end, align content start, and then items self start, and then align items. You have all the options with the start and center, flex start, flex, and then you have justify items, you have justify content, and all of them also work the same way as it work with flex. You have a template for grid area, which is grid row and grid column. You have again a template for grid column, which is grid column start, grid column end. And then the grid itself, it is a template that you can give all the options just in one line. Now let's talk about CSS transition. Here is an example. This is a section with a class test transition. So what is transition? Transition is used to change the style of HTML elements when the state of that or those HTML elements change. For example, on hover. Now you have here width 200 pixel, height 150 pixels, and then this margin, top and bottom 20 pixel, right and left 10 pixels, background color purple. When we say on hover, we want to change its style. You want to set the height to 300, height 300 pixel, and background color to be something other than purple. Let's say purple, and then change it from here, this color. So now you see it changes immediately without any effect, and that is where CSS transition comes in. So you say transition, here you give CSS properties. You can give one or more than one CSS properties. So property, I just show you the syntax. Then you have duration, then you have timing function to make it how it should behave, and then you can give that delay. Not all of this is mandatory, only in the property and duration. Let's say for now just the height and duration 1 second. You cannot give just any property, because if you give here width, it will not work, because here the state changes for the height and the background. You can give here background color or height, but not margin or something. But if you here on hover change width, you can give here width as well. So you can give here the property that changes on any action on the state change. So let us see. Now you see it has a very beautiful effect or motion. And then for the timing function, you have many options like is in, out, is out, and many more. You have linear, you have step start, you have step end, is in, out. And then for that delay, for example, you can say 2 second delay. Now you see it waits 2 seconds and then it moves, and then it waits 2 seconds and then again goes back to its original style or its original state. So this is the transition. You have property, duration, timing function, and delay. There is also change in the width, 400 pixel from 200 pixels, and then you also set the width. When you give more than one property, you have to put also comma at the end of that. Let's give also the background color, and let's give the delay 1 second. So in CSS you have many states, and then you can do a lot of things with those states. One of them is hover, that you can do stuff on hover, on mouse over that element. I hope that the CSS transition is now clear for you and you learn something from this. We talked about outlines previously in this video, but let me give you more examples and why outlines. For inputs you have also focus, and to change the focus color and the focus properties you need to use outline. So outline is different than border color or border. You have the same options for outline as border, but it is different. Let me give you an example. Outline 1 primary, and we give outline 2 pixels solid. You have the outline style, and then you have the outline color. In our case I choose primary color. You can also set the outline color separately, not in one line, like you have a outline width 2 pixels, and then you have outline style solid. You have many other styles as well. You have all the styles that you have for border also for outline. You have dash, dotted, double, grow, hidden, inherited, none, rich, solid. It is use double this time. And then you have outline color primary. You can give it in 3 lines or in 1 line. Let us give this class to an input. Here somewhere we have an input type text. Here class outline 1 primary. It is all the way here now. So it is read only. Let us inspect this to see what is wrong with this. So the outline primary is this one. It is read only, and here also we have a style for that in the type text. It has also border. Let us remove the read-only property so that it gets focus, and now it also has focus and also outline. So if we remove the outline, now you see in that when you give it focus, it also has somewhere else another focus. Let us give another example. Let's create here an input text class outline primary, and let us give it W for width 4. So that is this one. It has now outline. That is also the focus color. Let us change it text outline. Now text outline with 200 pixels, let's say 400 pixels. Margin 20 pixels, 10 pixels. Padding 9 pixels. Border 2 pixels. Dotted green. Let's see. Now it looks like this. Let us change the type text to type number and remove the width from here. Now it looks like this. Also get automatically the outline. Where the hell is that outline? Outline input with range text root. It gives the focus. Should not be that color actually. Here is in the input focus, control find. Here is input focus color. This is what is making it going crazy. And now the default outline color is black, and you say here not text outline focus outline 3 pixel double and the color we want to be danger. Now you see it is double, but it is not so let us say 33. Now you see this is the double outline. 9 is fine. Then you have also something else about the outline, and that is outline offset. The outline offset specifies the space between the outline and the border. Let us say 10 pixels. Now you see the difference here. You see a space between that one, and you have the border. Let's also change the border width so that you see to 8 pixels, and then right and left let us say 50 pixels, so that it comes here. So this is now the color of that, but when it gets the focus, it gets also outline this style. Or you can give this immediately on the default, so that it has always that outline, and then when it gets focus, because you changed the outline, you do not notice that it has now the focus. So that's why the inputs should not have outline by default, because it helps the user to notice which input has the focus. And then when you remove it, now it is back to its original or default outline. Without focus, it is like that. When it gets focus, it gets a focus with the black color and 1 pixel outline width, and we want it back to be like that. So that's all about outline. Let us talk about opacity in CSS. Opacity is about changing the foreground of HTML elements. We talked about backgrounds. Now let us change the foreground. Here we say OPA 1, and we give it opacity 0.1. So the value of opacity is from 0.1 to 1, or from 0 to 1. When it is 0, you do not see it, so it has opacity 0. Then 2, 0 to 3, 0, 3, 4, 0, 4. Let us give it to this container that we used for learning grid. This looks like this. It has containers inside of it, or child elements, and all of them have backgrounds. We gave that one to this OPA 2, for example. Now you see it got the opacity of 0.2. Let me inspect in that here, and if you give it 0, you do not see anything. So when it is 1, you see like there is nothing going on. You see no effect. So opacity is 1. It is like transparent foreground. And then let us give it 0.9, 0.7, 0.5 is like that, and 0.6, 0.3. So this way you can change the opacity for, let's say, better user interface, better user experience, and etc. Now let us talk about Z index. What is Z index? Sometimes in some situation you have multiple layers on top of each other, multiple elements on top of each other, and at some point you want one layer to appear on top of another layer, and that is where Z index comes in. And you use Z index to specify where the layer should be, how high or how low the layer should appear. Here, this is the example from Grid. Here we have 5 container. So I displayed them flex and all the other options, the justify item center, justify content center, items, align items center, align content center, and all the div elements, all the child elements are positioned absolute. So here is the style for that. Here is the style for that container, and this is the style for this child container. So position absolute. That's why you see here that those elements, those child div elements, all of them, you also see them here, appear on top of each other. So here we have 5 layers and we want them to appear on specify. For example, I want now that the first one appear on the top. So for that I create here z index 1, z index 1 to be 10. So here you give a value. The default value is 0, so the one I want to be appear on top. So z index 1. So now you see that the first one appeared on the top. The higher that number, the higher it will appear. So if I give the third one here and the value 2, and for the 2 I give 11, so now you see that the third element appears on the top. So this one has z index 10 and this one has z index 11. So we see the third item with the higher index number. That's all about z index. You can give here any number, but it is not a best practice to give very high number or start from very high number. So by default it is 0. You should also start from 0 and then go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is the best practice. Or at maximum start from 10, and it is not good. I see some developers at work, it was very annoying. They give a very long number that you cannot track, and it is a very bad practice. In case you want to give z index for another element, then you have to trace back all another elements to see what is that number, so that you give one value above that number and then to see a good result or the desired result. So always start from 0 or from 10 or from 100, not from like 10 billion or something. Some developers give such a number like this. Unbelievable. And it is not good. I have seen my colleagues with many years experience giving such a number for index. It is not really good. And I wanted to modify them. It was crazy. Then I changed them all of them from 0 and then by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was a very big application. So yeah, it is not good practice to give very high number for the Z index. CSS math functions. Here we have this section element, this container, and the style for this container. This is from when we tested transition. This is how this looks like, and we are going to use math functions on this element. The beauty of CSS math functions is that these functions accept any CSS unit, so you can combine different CSS units and calculate things, mathematical calculations, and you can do all mathematical operations. You can combine view weight or view height with percent, pixel, rem, and any other CSS units. We talked about CSS units previously in this video. The first one is calc, and then it accepts expression that you combine addition operation or subtraction operation with division and multiplication and all of them. It is C on this width. Now the width is 200 pixels. We say calc, and then here we say, for example, 100% divided by 2 minus 20%, and then you also say plus 50 pixels. Now we don't know 100% what is the 100% of this view or viewport or the screen size in pixel, and then what is 20% of this. So this CSS math function knows that. Now let's see. Inspect it, test section, and now the width is 400 pixel. Let us change that. Say 10%. The width is 479.438 pixels, and when you hover it goes back to 400. Inside this calc function you can give any CSS unit. Now we used here percent. You can use view width, now it is a little bit bigger. using the view weight. Because here we use percentage, we can also change that to, for example, a view weight. In this case it stays the same, minus 10 view height, and got a little bit bigger. Now it is 531. This div element has also 10 pixels margin left and margin right. We can say, for example, the width of this div element should be 100 pixel, 100% minus 2 times 10 pixel, so that we do not see any overflow. You see, it exactly calculated that, and then you see here 10 pixel, and you also see here 10 pixel, and there is no overflow. The calc math function is very useful when you want to create a responsive user interface. We have units that are fixed, and we have units that are relative to the screen size. And combining fixed and relative units, you can create a perfect, precise user interface, responsive user interface. Let us now see the main. So main is very clear. It takes the minimum value of the comma separated values. For example, here you say 200 pixels or 20%, 15 RAM, 25 view height, and then this will, now this function know which one is the minimum. We don't know, because we don't know, okay, how much is 20% in pixel, how much is 15 RAM in pixel, and how much is 25 view height in pixel, so that we know, okay, this one is the minimum. Let's see. 15 RAM was probably the minimum. Let us see in calculator. Fifteen times 16. Okay, that was more than that. 15 times 14 is also not. %20 was probably the minimum. And then you can do the same thing for maximum, and then it knows what is the maximum value between these comma separated values. So the maximum now it is 240. 15 times 16 the pixel, 240. So now here 15 rem was the maximum and 20% was the minimum. So that's all about CSS math functions. CSS animation. What is CSS animation? CSS animation is used to animate the user interface, to change the style of the user interface gradually. Here inside the HTML, I have this section called test animation. This is how it looks like. We are going to learn animation on this section element. So for animation, you have something called keyframes. And here comes the name of your animation. Let us say test animation. And then inside of this block, so whatever goes inside curly brackets or curly braces called block. So it is a block. You have two ways to give different styles here. One way is to use from keyword and here give a style with 100 pixel. Here we say width 20 pixel, and then the other one we have 2 and we want the width to be 400 pixels. This is like from 0% to 100%. And then here you gave your animation. Animation is a template for the following values or animation properties. You have first the animation name, then you have the animation duration, then you have the animation timing function. Animation timing function is the same as the timing function inside transition that we have talked about previously in this video. Then you have animation delay, then you have animation iteration count, then you have animation direction, then you have animation fill mode, then you have animation play state. This is the syntax of animation. For each one of these, you have also a separate CSS property. For example, you have here animation name. Let us give it test animation. That is the name of the animation in this one. Then you have animation duration. Let us say it should take 2 seconds. And then you have animation timing function. So you got the idea. You have for every one of these, you have animation delay, animation iteration count, animation direction, fill mode, play state. It is not mandatory that you give value for all of these. That if you give only the name and the duration, it will work perfectly. So I comment this one, and then you see it happened only once. If I refresh this again, you see it goes from that pixel to this one. So it happens only one time, because by default the animation iteration count is set by 1, but you have many values for iteration count. You can specify a number of times, for example 5 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000,000 times, or you have also infinite that goes forever. Here we say the width is 100 pixels, and here from is it 20 pixels. So the 20 pixel from will will override this one. So we give here animation iteration count. You have infinite or a specific iteration count, let's say 8 times. So it will happen 8 times and then it will stop. If you say infinite, it will happen forever. It will never stop. So for the keyframe, you have from and to is like 0% to 100%, or you can specify here many styles by using percentage. For example, say 0% with 20, and then say 20% with 40, and then say 40%, 90, 60%, here we have one more percent. It has to be closed, and then 20% is now there is say 30%. We want it to be 60, 40%, that much, and this much we want 120. And then for 80% we want it to be 240, and then we can give for 100% we want it to be 440. Now the auto format on save, changing this from that to this, so it's no problem. Now you see the animation does not look so good. It is because of the animation timing function. Animation timing function. Here you have is in out. Let us try that. It is a little bit better. You have is in, and then you have fill mode. animation field mode. Then you have backwards, both, forwards, let's say both. Backwards. And by specifying the animation play state, you can say it running or paused. For example, animation play state, we say paused, so it will stop. Even we say the iteration count is infinite, but we said here play state paused, so it stays paused. And if we disable this, it starts animating again. If you stop at that position, it will pause at that position. You can change it to, for example, happen 5 seconds. Also add here delay, animation delay 2 seconds, and then let us change the pause to running. And then the iteration count, let's say to happen only 3 times. Now you see when I refresh the page, we see a 2-second delay before the animation starts. So here you can give different styles. For example, you can change here the background to green. The original background is teal. You can say here background blue, background this blue, and on 100% we say background purple. The style also changes gradually, not that it jumps to from one color to another color. Let us set the weight here in 200, and then remove some percentage from here and do some other thing with this. On 30% and on 60%, instead of width, now we are going to use transform and rotate. Here we want to rotate 45°, and then on 30 we want to transform rotate 90°, transform rotate 180°, and then transform rotate 10°. And the iteration count, let us say infinite. Now you see let us also give margin left 50 pixels. So by giving different values for timing function, you have values like linear, is in, is out, is in, out, is deep start, and cubic b0, that gives different values. These are the possible values for animation timing functions. You have linear, is in, is out, is in, out, steep start, steep end, and you have also another one for step and then giving the start and the end using comma separated values, and you have cubic b0. I don't know how you pronounce it right. I just said cubic b0 how I see it. I say it also like that. Then you have values in, that is x1, y1, and then another one is x2, y2. x1 and x2 must have the value from 0 to 1, so between 0 and 1, and the other one y1 and y2 can have different values. For example, here we have for the x1 0.2, and then for the x2 0.9, and then we have 50, 80, and this is how it looks like. It is running and running. Let us change in this to like 10. Change in this to 8. Change in this one to 5. Now you know all the options about CSS animations. You can play with it. Final word about CSS animation. You can give animation to any HTML element in this way, or you can give it using JavaScript. In JavaScript, it is the best practice that you give here a class and then put all the animation properties inside that class, and then use a one-line code JavaScript to insert or remove this class from HTML element, like giving the animation or removing the animation. For example, say default animation, and we can give all of this here. Now that element does not have the animation unless you give this class to that element. So this is that class CSS animation, now has no animation. And if we give this, now I gave it directly manually, but you can use JavaScript to add class or remove class. If I give this again, it gets the animation. So this is the best practice about animation. CSS 3 media queries. Here we have a test container for media query. Let me change this also to media, test media query. Here by default we gave it 3 columns, and we see here overflow. It is not so nice user interface, and we want that for different devices with different resolution and dimensions, this has different columns. Now 3 column is good if this is not a wide screen. For example, for smartphones, you can also change the device here inside the browser. Let us say iPhone SE. Now this is good, 3 columns for this, but if it is higher than that, let us say if it is for iPad, then you have more space, change it to, for example, 5 columns. In Bootstrap you have breakpoints. We will talk about that. Now, why media queries? So media queries are used to check the following things: width and height of the viewport or the screen size, width and height of the device orientation. You can change it to landscape or set the style. If it is in landscape, give this style. If it is in portrait, give this style. And then you can listen to the resolution. You can control the print. This is the print, control P, print, or print this page. Now we are seeing all of this in this way. By using the print media query, you can control the layout of the page and change it. For example, you want only this paragraph to be printed when you want to print it. We will see this later. But first, let us talk about this and how we can give the way Bootstrap gives the columns. You have their col hyphen sm for small, and then the number of columns. We will also going to give that such class names and give it to the container. Media types, you have different media types for media queries in CSS. You have the type all that includes print, screen, and speech. So the screen also includes the landscape, portrait, and stuff. Speech is for screen reader, print is for printing, and all is for all of this. So the syntax of media query is not only, they are not mandatory. You can choose, and then the media type, you can say all, not all, only all, or something, or just all. And then here you have and, it is mandatory, you have to add and then the expression. If you want to add another expression, you have to use again and here expression, and the expression can include be a landscape, portrait, minimum width, maximum width. It is good that I mentioned maximum and minimum width. Let's talk about that now. That is also important for responsiveness. So media query is mostly used to create beautiful responsive web applications, so that your web application or your website is available for all devices. And we all know that most people use smartphone, and most people use mobile devices, smart devices with tiny dimensions. So it is important that your website looks perfect and beautiful, user friendly in all devices. So that is why media query is important, that everyone who works with CSS knows it. Here we say for this, now with this all div inside this container as a width 100 pixel, we can give here minimum width 100 pixel and then max width, let us say 300 pixel. Now it took 300 pixel because it has space. When the screen is smaller and smaller, it also gets smaller, but it will not go below 100 because the minimum width is 100 pixel. It's also important because if there is some text inside of this and you give the minimum width very small, let's say 10 pixel, then you will text will not show up. Now this width caused also overflow, so now it has overflow, and you can scroll that, but there is no device with this dimension. So minimum width, minimum height, maximum width, maximum height are also used to create responsive user interface. Now let us change it back to with 100 pixels. Back to the media query. Here we give column 3. So column 3 is the general. We also gave another class here, call say small 3, and then we say column md medium 5, and then we say column lg 8, and we change in this one column XL 12. So now they look like this, one column, because this columns does not exist yet. So we are going to create breakpoints for small, for medium, for large, and for extra large. First, for small. For small devices in Bootstrap, is the breakpoint maximum 557. We say max 560 pixel. And in media query, we say media screen, that is the type, and max width is 500 pixel. We want that one, call small 3, and we say here grid template columns auto. Let us see. So now that's not the breakpoint, so the maximum value must be 560 so that class or that breakpoint works. Inspect it and then give it here. Now the maximum width is 820. If we give it this much, now it hit that breakpoint. We have 3 columns. Can also change the height of its parent container. Now its parent container has a height of 300 pixel. We also say test media height. The test media, and we change the height to, let's say, 600 pixels. Now the child elements fit inside its parent. So that is for our first breakpoint for the small devices. Let us copy this multiple times for another breakpoints. Control V. This one for medium, we had medium 5, I guess. Medium 5 to be 5 columns, auto columns. And then for the medium, we want it to be 770 pixel, and the max width 770 pixel. You can also give here height, minimum height, maximum height, and then let us test that. It changed because it set max width. Here we have also max width. As you see, there is a problem. I am glad that this happened. In our CSS, we have here max width 560 pixel and also max width 770 pixels. The 560 pixels did not work, even the width of this is 375, and it jumped to the media query with 770 pixels because we use there the max width. So Here we have to replace this with minimum width. So that it means that the start point of width, the start width should be this. In order to hit this breakpoint, the minimum width must be 770 pixels. So now it will work as expected. Let us make it only responsive like this. This is still 547, and then above that it has nothing, 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 and then this is now 5 columns. So for the resolutions between 560 and 770, you also need a media query for that. Control C, Control V, and change this to minimum this one, minimum this one, and we want it 4 columns. Let us call this small 4 and extra small 3. So for XS extra small 3, column small 4. Let us see it. Now you see it is 4 columns. Now it is 546, so 559, 3 columns. Above that 4 columns until 770, 4 columns, and then it goes to 5 columns. And then you see many spaces here. You can change that using the justify content, justify items, align content, and etc. We talked about that previously when we talked about grid and flex. Here you can also specify how you want to display it. For example, justify content center. So on minimum width, the justify content will be center. Now you see that is only at the center of its container. Now let us create breakpoints for large and extra large. For large, say 1000, minimum with 1000, and then LG we said 8. You can specify whatever you want. This is just a tutorial, just an example. So now here we have 5 columns and we need more 3 to make it 8. Now 8, and then make it 400, 1200 for extra large, XL 12. So here we have 8, and we copy this one instead of typing it. and here we have 5, 8, 4, 12, and we make this back 300. It will be okay. Now let's test. 1000, now 8 columns, and for 12 it is 12 column. So this was about using media query for screen to listen on screen sizes. And then we have media print. And then, as I said, I want only this paragraph to be displayed, and the rest of them I don't want on the print. So this one has a class speech. Inside of this I say body display none. Everything inside the body display none, and also visibility hidden. Now let's see. If I use Ctrl P to print, I see just empty screen, so there is nothing. And I want that the paragraph with the class speech to be in display block visibility visible. And we only see in that paragraph if you want to print. It is very important and very nice to control the printing of your website, because in case some people print it, you want it to be printed very nicely. Customize it and then make it what you want to get printed and what you don't want to get printed, and etc. You can add extra stuff. For example, I add a copyright text, and I also add that copyright text to be printed, and here I say copyright and sign copy, say all rights reserved 2023. Say here also just an example, we give it a class and inside of this, inside of the print, we say paragraph copyright, Control C, Control V, and also we make it font style italic, and then text align center. Now you see it like this: copyright Jones.com, all right is reserved and 2023. when you print, you say print or Control P, you see it like this. You have the text, and then the copyright text is now italic and at the center. You have many options for print media query. You can also change the print border, the page margin, and page breaks, and etc. Well, where you want that the page should break, for example, if there are multiple pages. Let us do an example of the orientation in media query. Say media screen, and here you have orientation. You can give here landscape or portrait. By default it is portrait, so we say landscape. On landscape we want the body background to be black. The body and everything in the body should have background black, and color white. And make this important because some elements have specified background using class name or ID name or element name. We talked about CSS specificity hierarchy. So in this one, this general selector has the minimum or the lowest specificity hierarchy. So that is why we have to use important here. Now it says it is a landscape. Actually by default it is landscape, so let's change it to portrait. Portrait, and then you can inspect it and change the orientation. When it is portrait, it will have background black and color white, except in this one is just a border image, so that this image has nothing to do with the background. We can select it here, the iPhone, and then in the landscape it is like this. In portrait it is like this. So mobile devices are portrait by default. If you change this back to landscape, now by default is like this. If the user changes or rotates his or her device, it will look like this. This is just an example. You can do anything you can do outside the media query. So you can create any style inside the media query. It doesn't matter it is orientation, it is screen, or anything else. We are now at the end of this course. I really hope that you learned something from this video. I put a lot of time to create this course, so it is very important that the course is useful for you. Thank you so much for watching and supporting my videos.